Because Katie only had access to Davidson. This perfect, she only had Cumberland. Okay. So, but I got it on the fax to the department of Youth or Cumberland County. Okay. Okay. So, but I got it this morning and, the only, there is a big correction. They have me go. I've already fixed it, the page of center, the front page.
The plea, was the plea that was attached correct?
To the PSI.
It was, okay, so I've done my judgments.
Yeah, I can send, do you want me to?
Yes, please.
Yes. I'll forward you the same email.
Yes.
I forwarded it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was reviewing it yesterday. He's like, I had you 10 years. I was like, oh, I was like, oh, that's our plan. It's okay.
Okay, yeah, because my judgment was, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hold on a minute. All right. You're now full screen.
Want to see yourself? We're on YouTube. Okay, how do I get? Oh, there we go.
That's the truth. Come back out.
Or around. There's one right here. Well,
Your Honor. Hello. Hey, I'm on the Eastern time schedule here at the Big Sandy in Johnson County. I have Jonathan Owens here for court. Is this civil docket or criminal docket? They answer me, please.
Sir,
Yes.
he is, this is the criminal docket, but we are on Central Time, so he's scheduled to appear in an hour.
In an hour, that's what I thought.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
All rise, circuit court, Honorable Judge David Webb presiding.
Please bow your head for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Anyone who has an out of custody case, just has one client. Anybody have one client out of custody? You got anybody here in the courtroom that you're representing if you just got one client? I thought that might be you. I don't have to show preferential treatment to the senior member of the bar if I call it like that. Who you have here? Are both of them defendants?
Yes.
Okay, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Michaela Beatty, 21 CR 00128, and Tyler Beatty, 21 CR 00127. Are you Michaela Bailey? what's your year of birth? Last four digits of your social security number. And you are Tyler Beatty. What's your year of birth? And the last four digits of your social security number. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
Your Honor, we attempted, if the witnesses lined up, so then Mr. Richards could interview them. He was in Tennessee, so we need one more day, and Mr. Richards is gonna give me some dates.
Okay, well, the next rule day is May the 26th. So your bond conditions will include appearing here on May the 26th to either enter a plea or set a trial date. And do you have any dates you're going to suggest right now so we can go ahead and knock that out?
No, I'll send those. 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock and whatever time you work out with the Commonwealth, but attendance at both of those are a condition of your bond. You understand that? Okay, thank you very much.
Commonwealth versus David Caps.
Okay. Sure. Wait just a second here. Hold on a second. Wait a second. I don't even know where the mood stuff. Graveyard gate. Okay. Praise you. Praise thee. Praise thee. Okay, good. Okay, who do you have?
David Caps.
Commonwealth versus David Caps. 21 CR 0092. Are you David Caps? Okay. Your year of birth 1966. Last four digits of your social security number are. Okay, what do y'all have here?
Your Honor, we're on for a pre-trial. This is the last pre-trial before the trial on June 7th. I talked with Mr. Stocker briefly. We're just at an impasse on settlement negotiations.
Okay, we'll see you at trial date. This, you have no pre-trial motions, nothing else ready to go. That same meeting for the Commonwealth, Mr. Stocker? Okay, we'll see you on that date for trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Jace Acree.
Commonwealth versus Jace Acree,
Yes.
22 CR 0032. Are you Jace Acree? What year were you born, Mr. Acree? Last four digits of your social security number? Okay. For your own protection, you probably need to put that up over your nose there. Okay. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions about the proceedings, stay a step away from the podium and ask counsel, okay? Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Jace Acree. Count one, traffic and controlled substance in the first degree. Tampering, count two, tampering with physical evidence, possession of drug paraphernalia. Possession of radio capable of sending message, criminal littering. Failure to eliminate registration, inadequate silence or muffler, and careless driving. You acknowledge the identity of your client, the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir. We do.
Okay, what is your negotiation date, Mr. Stockton? Pardon?
May 13th.
Okay, you shall be here on May 13th at 1 o'clock for negotiation. And then at 9 a.m. on May the 26th, which is our regular rule date. Both of those appearances are conditions of your bond. I'm about to sign a reciprocal discovery order. Counsel is giving, the Commonwealth is giving your counsel information to help you prepare for your defense. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Nichols Road.
Commonwealth versus Nicholas Ray, 22 CR 0016. Are you Nicholas Ray? Were you born in 1999? What's the last four digits of your social security number? Okay. What do we have here?
Your Honor, we have a resolution on this case. Signed off on plea guilty for the first.
Okay, keep it right there. And I'll go down through here and ask you the questions qualifying, okay? The motion has been made, Mr. Ray, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? You're gonna have to speak up, okay? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0016? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice? Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Do you feel like you're fully informed about your case? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go down through the rights, and at the end of them, I'm going to ask if you understand them. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court. If you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. You understand that if you enter this plea today, you're waiving those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may impose a harsher sentence as allowed by law. If I do suggest a harsher sentence, if you're not willing to accept it, you can withdraw your plea and have a jury trial. Do you understand that? Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years? Are you currently on probation? Okay. You understand that if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. If you do not complete the pretrial diversion and brought back before the court will schedule a pre-sentence investigation report and have a sentencing, you'll be a convicted felon, and that can be used in enhancing sentences and any further felonies. You understand that? If y'all will step to the left here, Mr. Stockton, will you come up and present, or Ms. Anderson, will you come up and present the Commonwealth's offer?
Yes, sir. If I plead guilty to possession of.
You can drop your mask if you'd like, make it easier.
Controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social services clinician and will follow any recommendations. The defendant shall pay full costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or 30 hours per week. Community services with gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have Indian or drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of Commonwealth of Kentucky, and shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full and until further request of probation.
Is that, come back over here, is that what you agreed to, young man?
Yes, sir.
Is anyone threatened or coerce you, or are you entering this plea because you did the acts that you're charged with? Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, still your desire to waive those rights, enter this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that your signature on the document there? You're fully aware of the document and all the requirements. Is that correct? I'll accept the document and sign it. You need to meet with the probation parole officer right over there to get some information from you so that you can be in the system. Okay. You have anything else?
That's all I have.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Court cost is $210. Mr. Ray, the court cost is $210. I'm gonna give you some time to pay that. Okay. I know you got paid if he's willing to pay his court costs that quick here. You younger lawyers back here, now this is a man knows how to collect a fee right here. You know, no doubt about it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, has anybody else got one? I bet that's true. I bet that's true. The next question is, will we be able to? That's good. Bring them on up here. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ashley Stotts, 21 CR 00150. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct? You have to speak up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person? That is indicted in indictment number 21 CR 00150.
Yes.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you feel like you're fully informed about the case? Are you fully informed about your
Yes, sir.
case? Okay. You understand that you do not have to plead guilty today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to read down through the rights, and at the end of them, I'm going to ask if you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. You understand by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Okay. Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years? Are you currently on probation? Are you on probation? Okay. Do you understand, have you fully reviewed the diversion agreement? Okay, you realize that if you complete the diversion agreement successfully, the charges will be dismissed and you'll be dismissed pre-trial diverted. You can have that expunged. You understand that? You also understand if you do not successfully complete the diversion program, or if you're charged with not completing, they can bring you back in front of the court here and I'll schedule a sentencing hearing and a pre-sentence investigation. If y'all move to your left, Mr. Stockton, listen very carefully, young lady, to what he says.
Your Honor, Ms. Stotts was pleading guilty to false statement regarding assistance benefits. She'll pay restitution amount $3,500. She'll receive a sentence of 5 years pre-trial verdict for 5 years. The $3,500 will be paid in accordance with the restitution order, and paid $100 a month for direct address. She'll maintain gainful employment. She'll be on active supervision while restitution is paid. In this case.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone, including your attorney, threatened or coerced you in any way? Are you enter this guilty plea because you are guilty and for no other reasons? Knowing your constitutional rights, that previously explains still your desire to proceed with your plea on the charges and allow the court to fix your punishment as permitted by law. What's the court cost in this case? $210 court cost. In addition to that, I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month, first payment, starting 30 days, in addition to your restitution, okay? Is that your signature on the document there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll accept the plea, and you go over and talk to the probation pro officer right over there. How many more do you have? Well, you're not, we'll do this one. We're going down through the line there after that. Would want you to fester or be accused of being a fester. Wait a second. I can't find the signature page on that. Find the signature page. What's your name, young lady? Okay. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Amanda Reynolds, 21 CR 0094. Ms. Reynolds, what is your year of birth? And the last 4 digits of your social security number. We're here on a pretrial conference. What y'all got going, Mr. Ross? I got some. What do you have going here? Mr. Stockton? Is it a felony plea or, okay? Ms. Reynolds, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? I don't see a signature page in there except that that's a restitution order. I don't think we have a signature page on that last plea agreement that we had. Can you come up here and get it? Let me hand- Well, Ashley Stotts on the last one. I don't, no, the restitution order is there. I don't have a signature page on the diversion order in the that I see there. Let's continue with this one then. Motion been tendered says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? You need to drop the mask there just so we can see, so the face can pick up your record, okay? What is that? Did y'all find the signature page on it?
Here you go. I'm sorry.
Well, there's still not a place for me to sign it. That's what I'm looking for. This is on the restitution order last page. Do you see a place for me to sign it? Here you go. Okay, I'm back on you. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Okay. Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0094? Is your judgment impaired in any way today? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about the case. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights. Was it in there? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I'm going to go down through those rights with you. If you don't understand anything, step away from the podium and ask your attorney. After I finish all of them, I'll ask if you understand them. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You understand that by entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Ms. Anderson? Y'all move to the left. You can put your mask back on, ma'am, okay?
On to the guilty of traffic and controlled substance first degree. The defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, serve 120 days, behind full incarceration, balance probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. The defendant agrees to pay $1,000 in lieu of forfeiture, or will agree to forfeit the 2000 Nissan Frontier license plate number 003YHA to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. The defendant shall pay full costs of the discretion of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. Defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and shall remain on active supervision until all court costs are paid in full or until further request of probation.
Is that what you've agreed to, young lady? Okay, has anyone threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to do that? Okay, you're entering this plea because you are guilty. Okay, knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to fix punishment. Okay, you understand that if you have future felony convictions, that this conviction could be used to enhance those to give you more time. You understand that? Is that your signature on there? I'll accept the agreement and plea. You'll need to meet with a probation parole officer over there. And what about the sign up, Mr. Stockton? What do you want? How much time you want to get her to sign up on the ankle brace? Okay, let's do it by the end of business today if we can, okay?
because she's a leave, and that's pretty tough.
Well, I can keep her here in the Dyer County Jail. if She does. Would you like to? Yeah.
Correct. I don't think it really was all.
Well, I could get an ankle bracelet on her.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, Mr. Smith is here. This is Cumberland County. Would you see if you get a hold of Junior and see if you can come in and sign this letter? You can wait in the courtroom here. Talk to him and then wait in the courtroom.
In this case, back with Ashley Scott's,
Yeah.
it looks like part of the diversion order didn't print out of the one copy you gave us. Mr. Cross. And you have her to come back in and sign that. We'll have everything.
And
Hello.
In the restitution order, it's on a separate.
That's
page.
okay.
who else you got? Mr. Cross.
Andy Anderson.
Andrea Anderson. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Andrea Anderson. '21 CR 0080 and '21 CR 00115. You're here today for sentencing. Have you an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
We have no issue.
Well, I'm gonna ask, she's got to say it. Okay, now, Mr. Cross, is there any reason why she should not be sentenced?
No, you're right.
Okay. Or plead guilty in indictment 21 CR 00115 for the charge of traffic and controlled substance first degree, less than 2 grams. You just receive a sentence of 5 years on a plea of guilty in 21 CR 008 for charge of possession of controlled substance. You will receive 3 years. The 5-year sentence under indictment 115 and 3-year sentence under 080 shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Serve 180 days home incarceration with a balance probated for 5 years supervised. You shall enter and complete the specialty court. You shall receive credit for time served, gainful employment, other conditions of plea. What's the court cost in here?
$265 on the first case, and the second case is $210.
Okay, I'm going to combine the court costs on the two of them, and you pay $265. I'll let you pay it $30 a month. First payment starting 30 today. That'll save you $210. Okay. You need to go over and meet with a probation and parole officer. And then you'll need to wait here till we get the ankle bracelet. You have an ankle bracelet on yet? So you wait around, we'll get Mr. Smith in on the ankle bracelet. Okay. So you, anybody else have a couple? Private counsel? Mr. Hurt, you have somebody? Incarcerated? Anybody else have anybody that's live here? Now you're gonna have to learn how to get in front of Mr. Cross there. It's root hog or die when it comes in here.
It's hard for me to jump in front.
Yeah.
I have Commonwealth versus Donna Allen.
Commonwealth versus Donna Allen. Commonwealth versus Donna Allen, 21 CR 0040. Are you Donna Allen? Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. Y'all have any agreement reached on that?
Yes, Your Honor, we had plea agreement.
Okay, is it a felony or felony plea? Okay, a motion's been tendered. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct, Ms. Allen?
Yes.
Your year of birth is 1956 and the last 4 digits, your social security number is what?
977.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
State your full name.
Donna Bill Allen.
Okay, are you the same person named in indictment number 21CR0040?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, it's not.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, yes,
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Have you reviewed the evidence that the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case. You realize that you do not have to plead guilty today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. Have process issued to compel their attendance. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge against you. You understand it? By entering a guilty plea here today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report to be a probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, the Commonwealth and decide to put a harsher sentence on you, you have the right to withdraw your plea and stand trial. You understand that? Y'all will step to your left here. Step to your left here and listen very carefully to see if this is what you agree to.
Second degree, you're sentence of 6 years. Sentence of 6 years, so 180 days home incarceration.
Back over here. Is that what you agreed to? Okay. Has anyone, including your attorney, offered any other recommendation or threatened you in any way to enter this plea?
No.
Okay, you're entering this plea because you are guilty and you're entering your own free will. Is that right? You understand that by entering a guilty plea, any future convictions of felony can be enhanced as far as a penalty. You understand that? Is that your signature on the document?
Yes.
Okay, I will accept it. What are the court costs in this case? Court cost is $180. I'll allow you to pay it $30 a month. First payment starting 30 days from today, if that'll help you. Okay. Go over there and meet with the probation parole officer. And was there an ankle bracelet on this one too? Okay, you'll need to wait here till Mr. Smith comes to sign you up, okay?
Commonwealth versus Emmanuel, Santiago, Vega.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Emmanuel, Santiago, Vega, 21 CR 0042 are you, Mr. Santiago Vega?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your year of birth, sir? Last 4 digits, your social security number? Okay, you're here today for sentencing. Do you understand that? You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole. Is it correct or are there any corrections? Okay, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced, counselor?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of guilty to traffic and controlled substance first degree less than 2 grams in case number 0042, you shall receive a sentence of 5 years, served 120 days, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. You pay court costs in what amount?
180.
180. Okay, $180. Now, what's the deal on how much time he's already served? What does it say in the report? You got the report in front of you?
3 days, yes.
He just got 3 days credit? And he's gonna serve 120 days in jail?
Home incarcerated.
Let's see, it didn't have home incarceration in the plea agreement. plea.
We have the agreed order attached to the memo.
It's fine with me. I just was reading. Well, the judgment. Megan, if you're listening back there, I guess you'll have to make sure that when the judgment's done, they put that in there. It's not in the plea agreement. Okay?
You want to see this agreed order? That's the agreed order that was done.
You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer. You've got the ankle bracelet on yet? You already got the ankle bracelet on? Okay, so you just need to meet with him. I'll take care of it, okay? Who else do you have? Or you may stay, either one. Yeah. Counselor, what do you have? You have,
Judge, I need it here, county jail.
okay, it'll be a few minutes for that. Okay, is anybody else got anybody alive? Joseph Arms. Joseph Arms.
Your Honor,
Who's-
Liddell Vaughn, by Zoom. I have Christy Brown and Charles Brown. Christy may be in the courtroom, but Charles Brown is incarcerated. I didn't know if you wanted to wait until he was called.
Why aren't you here today?
I have conflicts of court. I have court in Jefferson County as well as here. And I'm allowed to attend both of them by Zoom. We had contacted your office and was told that that would be okay.
Okay, well, I was just wondering if you had one both places. It's going to be difficult. But I'll call the Brown case. Is that who you said you had here in the court?
Yes. She is in the courtroom.
She's actually in jail also, they tell me.
Okay, I was not informed of that.
And we won't be able to do the jail docket until probably sometime after 10 sometime. Well,
I understand.
Yeah, they have to be. So we'll put you back on at 10. Okay, just
That's fine, Judge. I
okay.
didn't know she wasn't there.
Okay. Joseph Arms. Commonwealth versus Joseph Arms, 20 CR 0668. Are you Joseph Arms? David Cross represents you? Somebody try to muster up Mr. Cross. David Cross. Okay, well, just have a seat now when he comes back in. Bronny Bays. Bronny Bays. Jason Craig.
We had reset Mr. Craig to today. He was in treatment with probation and parole. I checked with Officer Garner, who's trying to check and see if he's still in treatment.
There's an active warrant, but the parole board form, I think he's left treatment.
That answers my question.
No good deed goes unpunished. You know what? You want a warrant out for him too? I'll issue a bench warrant for FTA also. FTA on Mr. Jason Craig. Dale Cross. Dale Cross. Dale Cross has not been served. Edsel Elliott. You have a plea agreement?
Your Honor, we were going to ask for one more settlement conference day. Mr. Stock and I have met on this case. I need to provide him medical records. and I've received those today.
I don't have any objection. We know what we're paying.
May 13th for a negotiation. And May 26th, the next court day, and both of them are requirements of your bond, Mr. Elliott, okay? You understand me? Both of them are requirements of your bond. Okay, thank you. Richard Hawkins has not been served active warrant. Dwight Harold,
We settled that case this morning. Vicksburg had conflict on the negotiation day, so
what are you gonna do with it?
we settled the case. He's going over the paperwork with his client.
Oh, so you want me to leave him and call him again in a few minutes? Okay. James Hurst. Commonwealth versus James Hurst, 22 CR 0013. Are you James Hurst? River pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Hurst has another case that was being presented to the grand jury today, so Mr. Stockton asked to reset this. To discuss both.
Do you want a negotiation day then?
Yeah, we can set it for the 13th.
May the 13th for negotiation on both cases, and then May the 26th. Now, to avoid him getting rearrested if he gets indicted, y'all just need to remind me to issue a summons.
I have no objection to the front line.
Okay, well, we'll issue a summons on the same bond. That way they won't come over and get you in the middle of the night. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay. Yeah. Michael Lee Nethery. Commonwealth versus Michael Lee Nethery, 22 CR 0020. Are you Michael Lee Nethery? Just need to pull your mask down just a little, get a shot, and then put it back up. Okay, that'd be good. Okay, what do we have here?
You're waiting on lab results, Your Honor. The lab results.
Want to set it for negotiation on the 13th? Do you think they'll be back by then? Okay, let's do it on the 13th for negotiations and May 26th for your next trial date. If, however, the results are not back, Mr. Stockton, y'all can enter an agreed order in time to inform this gentleman so he won't have to come back if they're not here, okay? Jared Norris. Commonwealth versus Jared Norris. Put it down just for a second. Okay, you can put it back up. 20 CR 0069, Commonwealth versus Jared Norris. Mr. Norris, year of birth 1986, last four digits, social security number 8168.
Yes.
What do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
Right, we need to set Mr. Joseph Arnold for trial and then continue it.
You want to continue it generally? Do you renotice it?
We can do that.
Or we can continue it?
He's been up there many times. We're waiting on a ruling on Mr. Arnold's case. So whenever we're ready on that, I'll get a trial date.
Which one of us, Mr. Arms, was that?
Joseph Arnold, that was the case where the sheriff Ford was involved.
Okay, I've done a ruling on that. You'll be good. I have ruled that the search is good, predicated upon the testimony that I felt was reasonable by the Monroe County Sheriff, that he did not initiate any lights or didn't exercise any police powers in the case, but merely, I'd say, as a ploy or a ruse, just continued a conversation to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office came over there, and they had been called before Sheriff Ford even got out of the car. So he had no intent, in my opinion, of exercising any police powers over things. So I'm going to rule that the search is good.
We can just continue Mr. Norris, maybe a couple more months.
Let's do June 23rd. How about that? You'll be back here on June 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Christina Rice. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Christina Rice, 18 CR 0041. You want to lower your mask just for a second? Now you put it back up. You're here today for a probation revocation and you're represented by Johnny Bell. Is that right?
No, I'm probably just gonna go last one up here.
Okay. Okay, well, who does represent you?
I don't have this attorney.
Well, you have money to hire an attorney?
I get disability.
Do what?
I get disability.
Okay, I'll appoint Office of Public Advocacy to represent you. What's the story on this, Mr. Stockton?
I should have, I don't know if this man is on Zoom or not, my man, probation on. But it looks like he had, DUI.
Could you lower your mask so I can hear you speak?
And then she also had Scottsville Police Department, she had a driver without a license, failure to have insurance. And all the police, there, so she had a new felony arrest.
What is your year of birth?
317,
Okay, you want to stipulate to these, did these things happen? Have you pled guilty to those things over there? Have you? Okay.
She's got a 3-year sentence on possession, so I'd ask that she take her vote.
Okay, well, I'll revoke you and you'll be in custody then.
Your Honor, we would ask the court not to revoke her. She did present, I think, with a certificate of completion of freedom. She just graduated on the 4th day of April. We would ask the court to let her try and report after this and show that she's learned enough to maintain this right.
She had a DUI and a wreck while she was on probation out of this court. Two things that irk me more than anything else are concealed deadly weapons, especially a handgun, and a DUI by someone on probation, because both of those things could endanger the public. And it's bad enough that a lot of people take drugs. Most of those times, if they're not operating a vehicle, the only person they're hurting is themselves and their families. So I'm going to revoke, and then we'll take a look at her on shock or something sometime, okay? You're in the custody of the jail. Yes. Where is she? Did you sign that document? Okay, that's good enough. Okay. She waiting for a ankle bracelet, or what was she waiting?
No.
Don Rodriguez. Commonwealth versus Don Rodriguez, 22 CR 0007. Are you Don Rodriguez? You born in 1980? Last four. Let's take it down. Let's have a shot. Okay, you put it back up over your nose. Last 4 digits of your social security number, 3131. What do we have in this case? Is it a felony plea or a pretrial diversion?
It's actually a misdemeanor, Your Honor.
I don't do those. Send back to district court. Just kidding. A motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Okay, is this plea freely and voluntarily given? You're the same person named in the indictment. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice? Read the evidence Commonwealth has against you. Now, you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one else can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. And right to appeal this matter to a higher court. If you lose, you have a right to acquire a Commonwealth on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I'm not applying any range of sentence provided by law prior to accepting it. The recommendation, if it were a felony, I would do a pre-sentence investigation, but if it's a misdemeanor, I can do it complete day. Y'all step to the left, Ms. Anderson.
Upon pleading guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 12 months, probated for 2 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall pay a fine of $500 and shall pay a fine for costs at the discretion of the court. And the defendant shall obtain gainful employment up to 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread it, I'm sorry, probation is to be unsupervised. The defendant also agrees to have any non-drug paraphernalia contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to? Anybody threaten or coerce you in any way to get you to do that? Okay, what's the court cost?
The following four calls together are $720.
$720. I'm gonna ask you to pay $50 a month, first payment at the end of 30 days from today. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason? Is that your signature on the document? I'll accept the misdemeanor plea. Thank you very much.
Robert, you said $50 per month, correct?
$50 per month.
Thank you.
Stacy Shelley. Stacy Shelley. Commonwealth versus Stacy Shelley, 21 CR 0056. That's good. Okay, thank you. What's your year of birth, Ms. Shelley? Last 4 digits, your social security number. Okay. We're here on a pretrial conference and motion to suppress. What do you got?
Wants to hear the motion to suppress.
Well, I'll go on the jail docket in 10 minutes. So I don't know if we can do it now or not. We have to wait to the end of the docket. When can you be back over here this afternoon?
Well, we called the clerk's office to see what they're doing over there on the other case.
What kind of docket they got going on over there?
Juvenile docket, we've got an adjudication on.
Okay, well, just have your client hang around. We'll do it as soon as we end
I'll
docket.
let me see what-
Because when we get into this Zoom docket, we're not going to be able to stop. I have to go straight through it. Okay, have a seat back there. Christopher Slavey, active warrant. Christopher Slavey has been served. James Wagers. Okay, bring James Wagers out. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus James Wagers. Are you James Wagers? What's your year of birth?
February 14th.
Last 4 digits, your social security number. Okay, now you're here today for a purpose of arraignment. Do you have a lawyer or do you need for me to appoint a public advocate? I appoint public advocate. You can fill out the form, counselor, when you talk to him. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. I suggest you do so. If you have anything that you do not understand, step away from the podium, talk to your attorney, okay? Grand jury, Cumberland County's returned indictment, charged you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, equipment not to be used, equipment of a vehicle not to be used or a nuisance, menace, operating a motor vehicle with one headlight. What is this charge here, Mr. Stockton? It's menace charge, equipment with a menace. What is that? Committed the offense of equipment of vehicle not to be. Yeah, I just never It's kind of like molesting a deer, you know, it doesn't really explain to you what it is, you know. Okay, Mr. Bailiff. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the bond that was set on this pretrial? Pretrial on?
Yes, I was on the phone with Matthew Leverage's office. Who are we on?
Mr. Wagers, James Wagers, 22 CR 0023.
His bond, it's a 15,000 clerk approved surety with a standard curfew. Has he been served yet? It's showing active in CourtNet.
He's in front of me right now.
Oh,
They
okay.
They captured him, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's a 15,000 clerk approved surety.
Okay. He come back on the 13th and the 16th, he's in custody. Somebody can make your bond. I have no problems with the same bond. You have any problem with that bond? Okay, you're in custody of jailer. Andrew Weiss. Andrew Weiss. Where's anybody know where Andrew Weiss is? Issue a bench warrant. Counselor Andrew Weiss is your client. You know where he is?
Your Honor,
Well, you don't have to tell me what he's not present.
he's not present, Your Honor, he was here on Friday.
No, that's good. Robert Young. Robert Young. Commonwealth versus Robert Young, 22 CR 0022. Are you Robert Young?
Yes, sir.
Wait just a second. Wait a second. Okay. Commonwealth versus Robert Young, 22 CR 0025. Mr. Young, were you born in 1978?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3613. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Any question you have, you need to step away from the podium there and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with wanton endangerment in the first degree, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, driving on suspended operator's license, reckless driving, and speeding. You understand those charges? Mr. Bailiff? You acknowledge you see the indictment, counselor, identity, client, waive formal reading, arraignment, enter plea, not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. He's already out on bond. Schedule him here on the 13th for negotiations and on the 26th for plea. And as far as the in-person, thank you. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order on that.
Thank you.
I get, yes. Well, he's got to be here for this.
I'm not pressing you.
But I know, but he's got to be here. Yeah. Stacy Shelley was, what are we doing on Stacy Shelley?
I'm back at 1 o'clock. He's going to Lincoln County.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he left. So Lincoln County, that's jurisdiction, and you're starting jail about this.
Is his client incarcerated?
No.
You just come back next month. Is that all right with you? There's no reason you sit around here to accommodate somebody. Are you? I thought you were gone. Do what? Okay, well, what's the deal on these officers being here for the suppression hearing? Yeah, I mean, when are you gonna be able to do it?
We're ready to do it, come right back. Or I can wait for a while.
Well, I can't do it now. I've got to go online. Okay, so what time can you be back over here? Let's do it at 12 o'clock. Can you, will that? Okay. Okay, Mr. Arms, you got coming in here. Joseph Arms.
Yes. She just needs to come back on the 23rd.
Where is Joseph Arms? Have him come up here. He needs to come up like everybody else does. You've been up twice, haven't you, Mr. Arms? Well, you're doing your part. Okay, Commonwealth versus Joseph Arms. 20 CR 0068. Mr. Arms, you born in 1976. What's the last 4 digits of social security number? Okay. Okay, now what's the deal on the active warrant?
This, I'm not aware of that. This is the case on the motion to suppress and Sheriff Fuller's involved.
Okay,
You said you were wrong.
I am, and I have, and it's being drafted.
I'll do one more pre-trial with the case myself. I want a quick trial.
Okay, the 13th for a pretrial and the 26th next court date. Okay, May 13th and the 26th. You got to be here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Who you got? Yeah, I passed over Dwight. Dwight Harrell. Dwight Harrell. Commonwealth versus Dwight Harrell. 22 CR 0030. Dwight, you just pull it down just for a second so the camera can get you now. Put it back up. You're good. Mr. Harrell, were you born in 1971? Last 4 digits, social security number 4088. You're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have on this? Felony plea. Okay, I'm going to have to take, you just need to sit down there for a second. I've got to take one case in Warren County because we got a short window there and you'll be next. Okay, you and your client just sit down right over here to the right. Okay. Okay, Warren County, if you'll turn your microphone on. Thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Randy Metter. Mr. Metter, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Office of Public Act, you need to go back and get on your.
I was trying to get it to work, and it was slow, so I didn't want to slow your document.
Okay, your attorney is here in court. Just to come up and identify yourself so he knows you're here.
Mr. Vetter, this is Samantha.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now we're here today on a probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, will you make your presentation?
Your Honor, he has 5 years on theft by unlawful taking. He had a new felony arrest in Barron County, which I've been told by the probation officer, and I've sent Ms. Costello copies. He's been final sentenced on that as a state prisoner. So if we need to have a hearing, I need to know what's his break.
Do you want to just, since you got that other felony conviction, do you want to stipulate or do you want to have an opportunity to discuss this with your lawyer?
I would like to talk to my lawyer, Your Honor, because I go up for parole the 1st of this month, next month. And on my other probation that I have, instead of them revoking my probation, they started me over for a fresh 5 years after I complete, and only if I complete, a Hope House year program of treatment.
He's going to be a state prisoner, so let's just take this over to next month. Yeah, I'm going to set you a court date so you'll have time to talk to your attorney. The court date will be May the 26th.
Yes, sir.
May the 26th. Warren County, thank you for your cooperation. You can be excused.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back up here to Dwight Harrell. Is this a felony plea or pretrial diversion? Okay. It's Commonwealth versus Dwight Harrell, 22 CR 0003. Mr. Harrell, a motion has been tendered that says she wished to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 003? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution, but before that, have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his representation? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter at higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand, by entering guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept the recommendation, I will inform you, and you can withdraw the plea. I will await a pre-sentence investigation report before I make that decision. In the event I do not accept your plea.
I didn't know Jennifer was on her.
Y'all need to turn whoever's got their microphone on needs to turn it off.
We can get used to it.
Okay. What is, y'all move to your left here. Move to your left. Move to your left. On over to your left, so this lady can be here. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Counselor?
On a plea of guilty to operating motor vehicle alcohol concentration over above a 0.08 or while under influence of alcohol or substances, first offense and finish on pay a $200 fine and cost. On a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree 2 counts and finish, I'll receive a sentence of 2 and 1.5 years on each count to run consecutively for a total of 5 years. Serve 60 days in home incarceration with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. Then shall be permitted to go to work, church, and doctor's appointments. Then shall receive credit for time served, and then shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours of service per week until gainful. Within agrees to have email on the paraphernalia and contract stored in a manner consistent with laws and Commonwealth and withholding agents.
Come back. Is that what you agreed to, sir? Okay, in addition to this felony enhancing penalties on another felony, this DUI is enhanceable too. So if you get another DUI, it would be enhanceable. You understand that? The penalty would be higher. Do you understand that? Okay. Well, I will accept the plea, order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation parole, and schedule your sentencing on May the 26th. Is he supposed to go into an ankle bracelet right away, or has he got time to serve before then? Where's the plea agreement? Is that your signature on the plea agreement? Counselor, will you look at it and see he's got, does he have time to serve before the ankle bracelet, or does he go straight to the ankle bracelet? Okay, you'll have to wait around. Usually I would incarcerate someone, but since you got a, until they're sentencing, but if you got an ankle bracelet, Mr. Smith is on the way in here. Junior Smith, you know him. If you'll get the ankle bracelet put on you today, I'll let you start doing, he just had 30 days. How many days on the ankle bracelet? 60 days. So you'll have half of it knocked by the time you get to. Well, you just need to have somebody else to be here for you. Just have somebody to stand in, okay? Because it's not going to be doing any major time or anything. There are 2 young defense lawyers sitting right back there. They'll probably accommodate you. Okay? If that's okay with you to go ahead and get your sentence in that way, you don't want to wait. Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you. You need to meet with probation parole officer over here. Go there and meet with him for a second. And then you wait around here to get the ankle bracelet on, okay? Right over there. Okay, do we have anybody on the live docket left? How about, we've got that suppression hearing on Shelley, right? It's the only thing we got left on the live docket. Let's go to Big Sandy. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Owens and Big Sandy.
They're not on anymore, Judge.
We lost Big Sandy. They were on an hour ago. They're on.
It's Russell on.
Russell County, let's go to Russell County then. And then we'll do Taylor County. Taylor County on?
No, they're not.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Jeremy Akers, Russell County. Are you Jeremy Akers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 11 CR 0036. Ms. Costello, what do you have here?
Your Honor, I did not file this motion. My office was originally appointed to Mr. Akers back in 2011. This is a pro se motion that he filed, I believe asking for a motion to reduce his sentence. I think he I believe he had a 20-year sentence and he has served roughly 11 years of that. And he is asking the court to reduce his sentence. But I did not file this, Your Honor.
Could I have a file?
I filed it myself, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm looking for the file here.
Okay.
Have you seen it, Ms. Costello?
I have not seen the actual motion, Your Honor. I have spoken to Mr. Akers about what he filed.
He said that the law changed about that time and he didn't understand the grounds for this. Currently in Russell County Detention. I don't know that I have any authority at this juncture to do anything, Mr. The trial court loses jurisdiction after 180 days. That'd be on, and that's why we do these shock probation motions. So I don't have any jurisdiction. What's your position, Mr. Stockton?
I don't think you have any jurisdiction over Rule 6002. It's over 10 years unless he can show extraordinary grounds. And I'm not aware of the law changing on manufacturing meth at that time. It changed as regard possession, but it didn't change as regard.
Well, I won't deny your motion today, sir. I'll let Ms. Costello do a little research on your behalf and give an opportunity to file something, and she'll send it to you also, okay?
I do want the court to be aware that Mr. Akers has been paroled twice on this case and has had his parole revoked twice. So it's not like he's been in jail continuously.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Big Sandy on there yet? Russell County, I guess that's all we have with you today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Taylor County on yet? And Big Sandy's not on, so that leaves going to the Dyer County Jail. Could I have a clean? Yeah. Thank you so much. Dyer County, you ready to go?
Yes, sir. Bring the first one in.
Commonwealth versus Brandon Anderson.
I'm sorry, Judge, who did you need first?
Brandon Anderson.
I apologize, he wasn't on the list right away. I got Mr. Birdwell, if I can see him.
That'd be good. That'd be good. Let's just go with who you have there, okay? Michael Birdwell.
Yes.
One arraignment there. Commonwealth versus Michael Birdwell, 22 CR 0004, 22 CR 008, and an arraignment on 22 CR 0022. Are you Michael Birdwell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do an arraignment. Your attorney, Ms. Costello, is there on the line. Wait, Ms. Costello. You have a right to remain silent about this new indictment. I suggest you do so. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, stalking in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, in violation of a Kentucky domestic order. Mr. Bailiff, will you take that back there and hand it to Ms. Costello back in her office back there? Ms. Costello, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, is this one you'll need to negotiate with on?
I think we have a negotiated plea on all three cases, Your Honor, a felony plea.
Your office, I was like, well, it's one of the four.
Today?
Yes, if you want to take it today.
I will take it, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. We have a signed plea on all three cases.
Is a felony plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
A motion is, I see it here now, a motion has been tendered, Mr. Birdwell. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the three indictments I previously announced?
Yes, I am.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you fully informed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution.
Yes,
Before I
sir.
accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand these rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to have process issued to compel the attendance of your witnesses, and the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to part of the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand by entering these guilty pleas that you waive those rights, and
Yes, sir.
okay, now I can consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I'm applying range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait the pre-sentence investigation report. Now, is he a state prisoner now? Not, okay.
No, Your Honor.
So we will have to do the pre-sentence investigation report. In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you can withdraw your plea, okay? And have a trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, in 22 CR 4, he will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, receive a sentence of 1 year. In 22 CR 8, he will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 1 year. In 22 CR 22, he will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree. All three of those possession cases will run consecutively for a total of 3 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation.
Is that your understanding of the offer, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and committed the acts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, as explained, still your desire to waive those rights allow me to enter a sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation parole, but you do understand that these three convictions can be used to enhance conviction in the future. Hopefully you won't get any more felonies, but if you ever do get another felony, that can be enhanced as far as your sentence. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement subject to my final decision on it, order a pre-sentence investigation report, and have you sentenced on May the 26th, okay?
Sir.
Okay. Douglas Bowe.
I'll need that one. That's a felony plea. No, I didn't have, I just had.
Commonwealth versus Douglas Bowe.
Yes.
22-0010. Are you Douglas Bowe?
Sir.
Okay. Your year of birth is 1976, Mr. Bowe?
Yes.
And the last four digits, social security number 8789.
Yes.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference with your attorney, Ms. Costello. Y'all reached an agreement of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a felony plea.
Okay, I guess we're, Big Sandy, you'll be next, okay? A motion's been tendered, Mr. Bowe, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Okay. You're the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0010. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
You had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and review the evidence. Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charge against you. As you understand, by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendations, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to making that determination, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report. If I decide to impose harsher sentence than you've agreed to, however, you have a right to withdraw your plea completely and go to trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockman?
Your Honor, Mr. Bowe will plead guilty to assault third degree and tampering with physical evidence. He'll receive a sentence of 5 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 5 years. That'd be 5 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation and shock probation.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing, nobody's threatened or coerced you or any way you're pleading guilty because you did commit the act. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I will accept the plea. And I want you to know if you have any future convictions of felonies that these pleas could be used to enhance your penalty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that your signature on the document there? Hold it up, Mrs. Costello.
Your Honor, I have provided it.
Yeah. I don't guess I can hold it that close to the camera here. Be better in the future, Ms. Costello, if you kept it. Did you sign this plea agreement, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll accept the plea and order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation, parole, and schedule of sentencing on May the 26th, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go to Big Sandy just for a second at Dyer County. I'll be right back with you. Big Sandy, if you'll turn your microphone on. Okay, Commonwealth versus Jonathan Owen, 21 CR 00155. Are you Jonathan Owen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your attorney is Coleman Hurt. Is Mr. Hurt back there on camera?
He's not in here, Your Honor, but I can let him use the computer if he wants to.
Well, he's not out here either. Dyer County, will you switch your camera off just for a second? Thank you. See if we can get you an attorney. He's supposed to.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hey, Coleman, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right.
Okay, we got you. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Owen, 21 CR 00115. Mr. Hurt is present now. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hurt, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, sir. We've discussed and reviewed the PSI and it's correct.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty to criminal mischief, 4 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The Commonwealth will agree to shock probation on Circuit Court Action Number 17 CR 0014. And it shall run.
I think you've got an old PSI or something.
Yes. I think the only one today is the DUI 4th.
That's correct.
Yeah, he stipulated and was revoked on the other 2, Judge.
Yeah, he's been serving those 2 sentences.
Yes, sir.
It was 1 year on the DUI 4th, wasn't it, Mr. Hurt?
I guess they waited because he was a state prisoner. Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Defendant shall have stipulated probation cause, and thus the 1 year sentence that he's to receive on this shall run consecutively to 009 and 0014. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To receive 1 year to serve.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And what are the court costs in here? $610. And I'll allow those. Was there I'm a little confused on what this.
It would be a total of 11 years.
There's no
He
fine.
served quite a bit of time.
Wait a second, what?
On a 4th DUI, there's no fine, there's just still,
Why is it 600?
there's still a DUI fee, so it's just not a fine.
Okay, well, I was a little confused on why it was just $600. And I was informed that there's no fine on a DUI 4th. That's really, it seemed a little unusual. So it's the 600, it's just 600 instead of like 1,000, okay? So I'll allow you to pay that at $50 a month, starting 30 days after you're released, okay?
All right.
Okay. Is that a big Sandy? Thank you for cooperation.
Thank you, Judge.
Can we be dismissed?
Yeah, we can be, and we get to sleep an hour longer down here than y'all do because we're
I
on,
know, sad.
we're on God's time down here. So, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Dyer County Jail.
I apologize, Judge. I do have Mr. Anderson here, followed by Mr. Bridger.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Brandon Anderson. Somebody might try to contact the Taylor County Jail and see if we can get them on. So tell them we'll do them immediately when they get on, okay? Commonwealth versus Brandon Anderson, 21 CR 00114. Are you Brandon Anderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Coleman Hurts, your attorney, you see him there on the camera.
Yes.
We're here for a pretrial conference. Have y'all made any progress?
Yeah, I think so, Judge. We mediated this case last Friday. I think we're going to have a resolution. He asked for a little time to think about it. If we could have a May date, we'll have a plea.
Mr.
ready.
Mr. Stockton, are you with me?
Your Honor.
They've asked for another pretrial on May the 26th. They said they're very close on it.
I think we'll have a
Well,
plea.
if we don't have a plea, I want to start the negotiations over because there's a problem with the one we did. So I don't mind having another pretrial.
Okay.
Just start from scratch is all I'm saying, Mr. Hurd. If that's all
Okay,
right.
that's fine.
Okay, well, then we'll do a negotiation date on May the 13th and the next pretrial on the 26th.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Paul Bricker. Okay, you need to go back. Commonwealth versus Paul Bricker. Are you Paul Bricker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cross's associate is standing in for him here for your pretrial. Mr. Stockton, have y'all reached any agreement on this? Paul Bricker?
No, Your Honor, that's Mr. Krause's client, and you know where Mr. Krause is.
Well, we have a stand-in, Miss Perry.
Oh, okay.
For him.
Okay. I noticed she was using his oxygen tank earlier today. I think that come from Mr. Krause's office.
Yeah. Okay, well, what have y'all done on this case?
There's a new case being presented to the grand jury today, so we'll need a new pretrial.
Okay, well, is there, you think?
It's a
that-
PFO, so it shouldn't delay anything. I told
Okay,
you.
well, let's set a negotiation date so this gentleman won't have to wait 2 months. Okay, we'll do a negotiation date on May the 13th. And the next pretrial will be on the 26th. What they're saying is that they're doing a PFO presentation, Mr. Bricker, to the grand jury today so they can wrap this all up and you can just get into negotiations with the Commonwealth on all of them, so it won't cost you another month. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, May the 13th will be your lawyer, Mr. Cross, will be in contact with you. Is that all right with you, Ms. Perigin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Charles Brown.
Your Honor, Liddell Vaughn for Mr. Brown.
And Christy Brown was also there, is that right?
She is incarcerated, I learned.
Well, are both of those people your clients? Is that correct?
They are, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, Commonwealth versus Charles Brown, 21 CR 0089. And Christy Brown, 21 CR 0090. Are you Charles Brown?
Yeah.
And are you Christy Brown?
Yes.
Okay. We're here today on a pretrial conference and arraignment. We got arraignments on these things? I got 2 arraignments on them.
Your Honor, we're also there on a motion to withdraw.
Well, I'm going to arraign them first here.
I understand. I was going to suggest that.
Okay, well, thank you. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment on Charles J. Brown, charging him with incest of a vulnerable victim, sodomy in the first degree on a vulnerable victim, and sexual abuse first degree. You understand those charges, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, and then on Christy Brown, complicity to sodomy in the first degree and complicity to sexual abuse first degree. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Vaughn, you acknowledge the identity of your clients. The indictment is present here. You waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. You do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now you have a motion to withdraw here.
Yes, Your Honor. Additional charges have come up and there's been some differences arisen that I need to withdraw from the case. So that would be my my motion.
Okay, well, I will allow you to withdraw. Before that, however, Miss Christy Brown's, the surety on her bond has appeared and wishes to be released from surety. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to do that since she's incarcerated. I will sign a bond, sign a release from bond. Okay? Okay, you may go. Okay, as far as the Browns are concerned, do you have resources necessary to hire another lawyer?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Advocacy to both of your cases. They'll come, Ms. Costello is on the line there. Wave, Ms. Costello. She's the head of the local Office of Public Advocacy here. They'll have to interview you to see if there's a conflict between you, and see if each one of you need a separate lawyer. So you can expect them to come up. I will set your next court day for May the 26th. I don't think there's any reason to set up a negotiation before then because of the serious nature of the charges. So the Office of Public Advocacy will be up there to see each one of you and to see if you want to waive dual representation. Okay. Thank you very much.
It'll be increased now since there's new cases.
The Browns, they have my phone number at the jail too, if you need to call me, but I'll be there probably Monday to see you. Okay, tomorrow if I can swing it. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Kristen Cooper.
I don't know if it's worse killing a kid.
Your Honor, may I be excused?
Absolutely.
Thank
I
you.
don't say that.
Okay, let's do Taylor County real quickly.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine. Who do you need to see, sir?
Anthony Gilbert.
Okay, all right, we will get him.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anthony Gilbert.
You need to take these back to Miss Costello on these Browns there. Commonwealth, Adair County, if you turn your camera off just for a second, I've got to do Taylor County. They own fast time up there.
Here's Mr. Gilbert, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Commonwealth versus Anthony Gilbert, 21 CR 0032 85 86 and 117. Are you Anthony Gilbert?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're represented by Mr. Robert Stevens. Mr. Stevens, will you wave your hand there so he can see you? Okay. We're here today on a pretrial conference. Have y'all reached a resolution of this case, Mr. Stockton?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens is now negotiating in good faith, but we need a trial date, Your Honor.
Okay. What are these charges? That news charge I'm not aware of.
He has 4 charges. 3 of the cases are fleeing and are receiving stolen property or burglary and theft. 21 CR 85 is a fleeing and evading in PFO. They all have a PFO first with them.
Yeah, are you going to have to select?
I am, and I'm thinking it's 21 CR 117 is the one I selected last time. And I will, it'll be the same case. I'll let Mr. Stevens know for sure.
Okay, well, let's give him about 10 days from now. Let him know. Okay, would that be possible?
I will, Your Honor. Should be quicker than that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go out till. How about,
if we could, I'd like to set it after the murder trial in Monroe County. It's June the 13th, but if you want it quicker than that, that's fine.
Oh, I was looking in July, actually.
Oh, that'd be good.
What, you think this is a one-day trial or?
Possibly 2. It'd be 1 or 2 at the most.
So let's do it on the 26th of July.
That date is fine with me, Your Honor.
Fine with me also. Your Honor. 46. Did we look and see which one we did the subpoenas in? Look at that 21 CR 17. It's the thick file, whichever thick one it is.
Your Honor, I can say, I know that 21-117 is the burglary with the arms.
Let me take that back, take it back to the 25th, because the 27th, the district court day here will be the second day.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
My only issue on the 25th, Your Honor, is I'm the master commissioner in McCreary County, and I have that's a division, one of our divisions, that's the motion hour. If necessary, I can get someone to cover it, Your Honor, but I just.
Well, you have Judge Blue, or who do you have that day?
That day would be Judge Blue. Yes, sir.
Maybe they'll let you Zoom it. Does he ever let anybody? He's not much of a Zoom, guys.
Not much, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's leave it on the 26th, and if we have to go over the 27th, we have room down in the downstairs courtroom to, after jury selection is over.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that would be 21 CR 117 will be the case. We're on track.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Taylor County, for your cooperation.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had. If I could be excused, Your Honor.
Absolutely, you can be. Let's go to Dyer County to Kristen Cooper for arraignment. Okay, this is Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Kristen Cooper, 22 CR 0027 and 22 CR 0028. Are you Kristen Cooper?
Sir,
Yeah, what's your year of birth, Ms. Cooper?
85,
Okay, last four digits of your social security number, please.
2196.
Okay, are you represented by an attorney yet?
I'm Samantha Costello.
Okay, it did, Office of Public Advocacy, it wasn't listed here. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions concerning this, you may inquire after from your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking in a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the third degree, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Also, in indictment 28, they have charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, and public intoxication. Mr. Bailiff, will you take these back there? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll have negotiation day for Ms. Cooper on the 13th, and the next court appearance will be on the 26th. What is Ms. Cooper's bond?
He has a 25,000 clerk approved surety on both cases.
Okay, but can you have somebody, Ms. Cooper, that can make that?
No, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They couldn't make the full amount of the clerk approved surety, but they do have 2,500 cash that they could post for her if the.
Okay, well, I'll do a 10% and allow them to do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, while you're out, Ms. Cooper, where are you going to be living?
In Burksville, I have children there.
I know, but I mean, you need to say with whom. You need to tell us. Do you have your own home? You have your own home?
I was evicted because of these charges from my apartment.
Okay, well, so we need to make sure you have a place to live.
I do. I'm going to stay with my boyfriend.
Okay, and what's his name?
Jonathan Davidson.
Okay, what was his name?
Jonathan Davidson.
Jonathan Davidson. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Stockton?
Give me just a moment, Your Honor. Not at that time. She just needs to remain drug-free. I would ask you to be on a curfew, doctor, work in the church.
Okay, so you'll be on a curfew. You can stay there at that location and you need to say drug-free, alcohol-free. You need to stay there except for going to church or the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Or court or work if you get it. And also, are your children going to be there with you?
Part-time, I have shared custody with my ex-husband.
Okay, well, when your children are there, you can also go to school events here at the end of the year.
Yeah, I plan to get in a program and everything. I'm done.
Okay, well, your attorney will talk to you about that, but I'm just talking to you about between now and then, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alfred Christelius.
Ms. Cooper, they'll have a card of mine at the jail. If you will call me when you're released and with phone number and address, okay?
Gotcha. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commonwealth versus Alfred Casillas. Commonwealth versus Alfred Casillas. 22 CR 003 and 21 CR 0016. Now, I also have 22 CR 0033 listed for arraignment. Is that a new charge?
Yes, Your Honor. It's last month we were here for sentencing and that charge, he was indicted on that charge.
Okay,
So the court-
you're the grand jury of Cumberland County, Mr. Casillas, has charged you possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the third degree.
No.
Possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of marijuana. You have a right to remain silent. Mr. Bailiff, take that back to Ms. Costello. Now, Mr. Stockton, what impact does this new indictment have on the?
Well, it'll have an impact, plus the case going to the grand jury will have an impact. We don't have a settlement. I will forward Ms. Costello the discovery that from the case that we're presenting to the grand jury today, and we can set it for the 13th if the court desires.
Okay, set it for the 13th for negotiations and 26th for the next pretrial. Mr. Casillas, what they're saying, in addition to this case I just arranged you on, they've got another case going to the grand jury today, so it would be to your advantage to wrap them all up, know what you're facing, and that way on the 13th you can enter into negotiations and be back in court in a month. That'll save you a couple months, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Lonnie Duval. Lonnie Duval. Is Mr. Bates, okay, Commonwealth versus Lonnie Duval, 22 CR 0030. Mr. Duval, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Do you have an attorney, Mr. Duval?
No, sir.
Do you have money to hire an attorney?
No, sir.
I'm going to appoint public advocacy to represent you. And Ms. Costello, you make sure the proper form is filled out and make sure he qualifies, okay? This is for the purpose of arraignment today, and the appointment will continue if he qualifies. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned indictment against you, Mr. Duval. You did say that your year of birth was not, excuse me, 1971, and the last four digits of Social Security number 5942, right?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, grand jury has returned indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, license plate not legible. You understand that, Mr. Bailiff? Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Duval? Receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Negotiations on December 13th, next court day. I mean, May the 14th. May the 13th. May the 13th and the next court date, the 26th, Mr. Duval, your attorney will be up to see it. Mr. Bates, would you like your case called?
That would be fine, Judge. I just stepped out.
There's no problem. I just saw you down there and had forgotten about you. You want to step back there and see if public advocacy will share the camera, Ms. Samantha?
I have my own camera, so.
Okay, you can use that one too. Okay, Mr. Duval, your attorney will be to see you. I'm going to next ask for,
Your Honor, I had a quick question on Mr. Duval's case. I only see that he was charged with possession, but he's currently at a property bond. Would the court consider a surety?
well, I don't, right now, I won't because I don't have any information in the middle of the docket, but you talked to Mr. Stockton about it and I could very well agree to it.
All right.
He
Thank
reviewed
you,
it,
Your Honor.
okay? Could we get Jimmy Otterson up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bates, I apologize to you. I would have called you earlier, but I lost sight of you there somewhere, so,
It's no problem, Judge,
okay.
but thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor, that he was not in the group that was brought up or given right as we speak.
Okay. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Jimmy Dale Otterson, 19 CR 0067. Are you Mr. Otterson?
Yes, sir.
Your year of birth, 1991.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number are 9087.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I may interrupt, there were a couple of corrections that I discussed with Mr. Otterson.
Okay.
The first one is, I just wanted to put this on the record, make sure that Jimmy was aware. The page 3 on the time, I did explain to Jimmy that any issues with the time would have to be appealed through DOC, but we are reserving any rights to file future motions if that's not resolved through DOC.
Okay, do you understand, Mr. Otterson, it's your attorney is saying that it's an administrative procedure with Department of Corrections, and if you don't agree with the outcome, that you can file an appeal back to the court. Is that right, Mr. Bates?
That's correct.
Okay, what's the other issue?
Page 4, under last school attended, it was blank and it said unknown for his highest education level. For the court's knowledge, I just wanted to say it was Cumberland County High School, and he finished the 9th grade.
Okay.
And then the last is page 12, and it's more of a clarification than anything. Mr. Otterson reported that he does not have any substance abuse.
Okay, your microphone got clicked off there, Mr. Bates.
With me that actually he's been incarcerated for quite some time at this point, and so he doesn't have any current use. He's not stating at all that he doesn't believe substance abuse treatment would be helpful to him, and he would say that he had a substance abuse problem prior to his incarceration.
Is that correct, Mr. Otterson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years upon a plea of guilty of operating a motor vehicle, alcohol concentration above 0.08, or under the influence of any other substance, he shall be fined $200 and court costs. Shall receive credit. He shall forfeit $940 to Commonwealth dispersed according to the forfeiture order. The fine and court costs together will be $770, and I'll let you pay that at $50 a month, starting 30 days after you get out of jail. Now, when you enter these pleas, you understand that that felony offense of trafficking can be used against you in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you also understand that the DUI can be used against you in the future if you get another DUI. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll enter the documents, and I guess the probation and parole officer will be up to calling you. Is that correct, officer? He'll be up and calling you. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Absolutely. Have a safe drive home.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's go back up to Buddy Dyer.
Anybody?
Commonwealth versus Buddy Dyer. Are you Buddy Dyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 21 CR 00135. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are
6887.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report here done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Costello, was it substantially correct from your review with him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty, is there any reason why he shouldn't be sentenced?
No, sir.
Okay, on a plea of guilty to wanton endangerment, first degree, 2 counts, and being a persistent felony offender, 2 counts, he shall receive a sentence of 10 years on each count to run concurrently for 10 years, probated for 5 years. He shall enter and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Court, shall receive credit for time served, and the normal other conditions of probation. As far as destruction of the paraphernalia and contraband and keeping a job. Now, Mr. Stockton, when will he be eligible to enter into the drug court? Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
When will he be able to be released to get into the drug court?
I'd have to consult with Mr. Murphy. I don't know the exact date, Your Honor.
I don't know whether he's been interviewed. Have they got it? I guess they've interviewed him and everything. So they'll have to set up the orientation. Has he been voted in already?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll set up the orientation and I'll let you out of jail to go to the drug court as soon as the orientation is scheduled, okay? Shouldn't be long. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could we get Jimmy Webb up next? We got a Jimmy Webb.
He's coming in.
Who's got the doctor's appointment? Who? Okay. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Webb.
Plea file, plea. Well, I made the mistake.
Commonwealth versus Jimmy Webb, 22 CR 0012. Who's your attorney, Mr. Webb?
Mr. Poindexter.
Is he here?
Judge, he came back in our office today and we sent him back to Clinton County and told him he could come back and hear this case when he got back.
He's not back yet. So you just have, what time's your doctor's appointment, Jimmy?
Mr. Tester.
Sure, at about 11:30, Your Honor.
Okay. What time will the doctor come there or y'all have to take him somewhere?
We have to take him somewhere.
Okay. What time will you need to leave?
Here in about 10, 15 minutes.
We just want, was he to get out after sentencing today or?
No, he's stipulating revocation. There'll be additional 2 years, so he'll be a state inmate.
Well,
once he's sentenced. I mean, once he's entered his plea.
Judge, let me see if I can get Mr. Poindexter on Zoom.
yeah, real quick. Yeah.
He's getting on right now, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Poindexter is connecting right now. Mr. Poindexter, do you have a camera or are you just going to be on audio? There you go. Turn your camera on. Okay. We got Mr. Jim Webb. We got to do him because he's got a doctor's appointment. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I noticed that we were dealing with 22 CR 0012 that we're going to have a pretrial conference on. And he's going to stipulate to probation revocation on 23 and 67. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are you going to do about 00012?
He's going to plead to possession, controlled substance, get a 2-year sentence to serve. It'll
Okay.
be consecutive, make a total, I think, of 7 years.
Okay. A motion been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that right, Mr. Webb?
Yeah,
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
no, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes,
Same person named in the 3 indictments that I just mentioned?
yes,
Your judgment impaired today? You know what's going on here?
yes.
Okay. Now, your attorneys, Mr. Poindexter, have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with him, go over the evidence, consider all the factors that lead you to enter this plea? Are you satisfied with his advice? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross no witness called testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. That you understand by entering this guilty plea here today.
Yes, sir.
And that you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I decide to give you a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Now, you heard the Commonwealth recommendation just a few minutes ago. Is that what you agreed to?
It is, and Mr. Poindexter.
Yeah. Has anyone, including your attorney, threatened or coerced you, or are you entering a guilty plea because you are indeed guilty of the acts charged?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I will accept the plea. You understand that after entering a plea of guilty, that any future convictions could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law. You understand that? Mr. Poindexter, do you have a copy of the plea with you?
Not here with me, Your Honor, but I know that the clerk got it back last night.
Okay, well, I was just want to check the signature. You did sign that document, is that right, Mr. Webb?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept it, order pre-sentence investigation report and have your sentencing on May the 26th, okay? May the 26th, okay, thank you a lot.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Raymond Garrett. Commonwealth versus Raymond Garrett. 18 CR 0052. Are you Raymond Garrett?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Were you born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number is 8718.
717.
Okay, go over it again.
8717.
Okay, we got a misprint here. If y'all make, it's either a typo on the docket or 8717 is correct. Okay. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Do you understand? Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Costello, is there any corrections that you need to make after consulting with your client?
No corrections, Your Honor.
Any reason why he should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to theft, unlawful taking, or disposition over 500, he shall receive a sentence of 2.5 years, shall receive credit for time served. He should pay restitution in the amount of $2,270 at a monthly rate of $100 payable through the circuit clerk's fund. The first payment due within 90 days from final sentencing. Restitution shall be dispersed according to the order submitted with the plea. In court costs in the amount of $195, and I'll let you pay that at $30 a month. Starting 30 days after you're released. The probation and parole officer. I guess there's time to serve here, so he won't be going up there. So that 30 days, the restitution won't kick in until 30 days after you get released. So, you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Joseph Grider. Joseph Grider. Commonwealth versus Joseph Grider, 22 CR 0015. Are you Joseph Grider?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1982.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 9076.
Yep.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Are you represented by, you don't have an attorney?
Mm-mm.
Can you afford an attorney, or you need the Office of Public Advocacy represent you?
I guess I need somebody to represent.
Yeah. Can you afford somebody? You want me to appoint the Public Defender's Office?
I guess appoint me one.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and appoint it, Mr. Grider, and then they'll let you fill out a form and make sure you're eligible for it. The grand jury, this is Ms. Costello. Wait, Ms. Costello, that's your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with flagrant non-supportive violation of KRS 530.050. You understand that charge?
Not really, because
Well-
I was paying on it when I.
Well, wait, don't make any admissions. You understand what the charge is. You don't have to agree with the charge. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Your attorney will talk to, if you say anything could be used against you. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
She'll be in contact with you really soon. Okay, thank you very much. You'll be back here on the 13th for negotiations, and the next real date is on the 26th.
Your Honor, I would ask to address his bond. It's currently set at cash, but I was informed he has a job and could resume making payments if the court would.
You talk to Mr. Stockton about that. I'll be willing to consider agreed order. Is Bradley Gunter next? Bradley Gunter. Commonwealth versus Bradley Gunter, 21 CR 00152. Are you Bradley Gunter?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 1687, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Stockton, it looks like it's on the docket for probation revocation. Could you recite what the deal is?
That's correct, Your Honor. And Ms. Costello and I have talked about this case. The state trooper in this case is unavailable today, and she wanted to add some things she needed to check on. Can we pass this 1 month?
Do you want a negotiation date or you want to just go ahead and?
Just pass it 1 month. We'll either have, either
May-
it'll be a
May the-
stipulation or we'll have hearing.
May the 26th. Mr. Gunter, this time between now and May 26th will be good time for you. You understand what I'm saying as far as your resolution of your problems?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Noah Neal. Noah Neal.
Session today, doesn't he, or something?
It's not going today. It's a state police.
That's right. He has one, but it's not going. But it's a possession. is what it was.
Yeah.
Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Noah Neal, 21 CR 00143. Are you Noah Neal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here, your year of birth is 1998 and the last four digits, social security number 8621.
Yes, sir.
You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. It looks like you're here on sentencing. Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
Your Honor, I have spoken to Mr. Stockton and he agreed, the PSI was correct, Your Honor, but Mr. Stockton has agreed to do a drug court referral on Mr. Neal versus sentencing him to time to serve in this case.
Okay, you want to put it over to next month?
That's fine with me. That way
Well, I'll tell you what we
have
can
it
do.
assessed.
Yeah, I tell you, let's do an agreed order on it. And then you can have him assessed. And then I'll go ahead and sign it. And if we get him assessed and oriented, we won't wait. That way we won't have to wait till next month, right?
Okay.
Okay.
It's fine
So
with me.
they're gonna give you a shot, sir, at the drug court. And
Thank you.
Hope it works out for you. And I'll sign a minute order and try to get the process started for you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Need to do one if it's not.
Jonathan Nethery. That was Mr. Cross for a suppression hearing. You need to pass over that. Michael J. Nethery. Michael J. Nethery. Michael J. Nethery.
We just-
Your Honor, did you need Michael or Jonathan first?
Michael. Jonathan's attorney is not here now. Don't leave without yelling at me, okay? So don't leave without yelling at me. I'll talk to you a few days, okay? Commonwealth versus Michael J. Nethery. Are you Michael J. Nethery?
Yes, sir.
For the purpose of sentencing, your attorney, Ms. Costello, is present. You see her there? If you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole,
Yes.
does it look substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced, Ms. Costello?
No, Your Honor.
Want to plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance, then it shall be paid, fined $500, possession of controlled substance. 1 year, this 1 year shall run consecutively with Cumberland indictment 19 CR 0068. What are the court costs? Court cost is $195, and I'll let you start paying it $30 a month, 30 days upon your release. Okay, and I guess time will run into the probation parole officer. We'll see you then, okay? Thank you very much. Richard Pitcock. Richard Pitcock.
clerk started Santiago.
Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Richard Pitcock, 18 CR 0021. Are you Richard Pitcock?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you born in 1998?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits of your social security number, 8881.
Yes.
Okay, we're here on a probation revocation. What do you got, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Pitcock has a 5-year sentence on wanton endangerment first. The last attempt, when he was up for revocation, he was placed in the drug court here in Cumberland County. On March 31st of 2022, he was terminated for excessive positive drug tests and failure to work. And I'm asking the court to impose the sentence.
What do you say, Ms. Costello?
Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Pitcock and he does stipulate to being terminated from drug court. He would ask the court to consider a long-term treatment placement, but he understands whatever action the court would take today.
Is the only charge he has on all these things possession?
No, it was wanton endangerment first degree.
What did that involve?
Let's see. He drove a truck. He was a younger man. There was several, I don't know if they were juveniles or young adults with him. He was in a truck with a DUI and he pleaded guilty to wanton endangerment first degree. And this is his 5th motion to revoke. I mean, we've given him every chance in the world trying to help him. And I'm to the point, he's going to serve his sentence.
Okay, I enter order of revocation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Candy Stuber. Yeah. Candy Stuber. Candy Stuber. Commonwealth versus Candy Stuber, 21 CR 0031. Which one of them is the Cumberland County case? Which one's the Clinton?
Cumberland is 21 CR 131. Clinton is 21 CR 25.
Okay. I'm going to deal with two different counties with you here. 21 CR 00131, which is the Cumberland County charge. 21 CR 0025 is the Clinton County charge. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Costello, are they substantially correct for Ms. Stuber?
Your Honor, we do have some corrections. The plea that is attached to the Cumberland County PSI, the 21 CR 131, is actually an older agreement that was never signed. It was not the newest agreement. I've already informed Ms. Thompson of that and probation and parole, and they are working on correcting that.
Already been corrected. I understand it's already been corrected.
Oh, okay, awesome. And then the only other thing on the Clinton County, most of her jail credit went to the Clinton County case, and it appears to be missing the time that was spent on home incarceration.
Well, you can do you can reserve the right to administratively appeal that and come back to the court if they don't accept it. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go to the Cumberland Circuit Court first. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in first degree, less than 2 grams, the defendant shall receive 7.5 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised. Operating a motor vehicle under the influence, receive a fine of $200. Now, on both of these cases, you know that when you enter these pleas, these are enhanceable. You know that they can be used against you in the future, Ms. Stuber. You understand that, right? Okay. Okay, and you shall receive credit for time served. The sentences run concurrently with 21 CR 0025. Forfeiture $500, traffic stop should be divided according to the agreement. And the 200 and Chevy Impala shall be released after payment of storage and tow bill of $200 to Sheriff's Department. Now I'm gonna, Clinton, this is Clinton Circuit Court meeting by agreement of the parties here in Burkesville for judicial convenience. Upon the plea of guilty, possession, controlled substance, first degree meth, defendant shall receive 3 years, probated for 5 years, probation to be supervised to run concurrently with Cumberland Circuit Court case number 21 CR 0031. To pay court costs in amount of what?
Clayton County's court costs are $155.
$155, and Cumberland County was what? It's $840 fine and court costs in Cumberland County, and $155 in Clinton. So in Clinton County, you can pay that at $20 a month. In Cumberland County, you need to pay it at $50 a month upon your release. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the probation and parole officer, which one of y'all are going to supervise her?
That's gonna be the Your Honor, and I'll transition her over here.
And when can she meet with you?
Monday evening.
Okay, and that would be in Columbia office?
Yes, sir.
You need to be in Columbia office of probation parole Monday at 8 a.m., okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, Jonathan Stuber is next. Miss Costello, it was brought to my attention by the clerk that Mr. Pitcock was a pretrial diversion. I have to order a PSI and bring him back up for sentencing, okay?
Understand, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Stuber, 21 CR 130. That's the Cumberland County case. And 21 CR 0024 is the Clinton County case. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation reports, Mr. Stuber?
Yes, sir.
Substantially correct?
The same corrections that needed to be made to Ms. Stuber's apply to Mr. Stuber's as well, Your Honor. But I think they've been corrected, and will look into the administrative process for their jail credit.
Mr. Stuber, what she's saying is that we'll make sure that you get credit for your in-home incarceration time, which should be good time if it's corrected. And if they don't give it to you, you can appeal it back to the court. So she's reserving that review, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's look at the Cumberland County case first. We'll do that. On a plea of guilty to trafficking controlled substance first degree, less than 2 grams, you receive a sentence of 7.5 years. On a plea of guilty to possession, you shall receive a sentence of 3 years. The 2 sentences shall run concurrently for 7.5 years, probated for 5 years, supervised, shall receive credit for time served. You shall be released at final sentencing. This is to be run concurrently with Clinton Circuit Court Action 21 CR 0024. The forfeiture, according to the forfeiture agreement, you can get the vehicle back after the storage bill and tow fee is paid. Court costs an amount of,
This is $215.
how much?
$215.
Court costs amount of $215. I'll let you pay $30 a month, starting 30 days upon your release. Now let's go to the Clinton County case. Clinton Circuit Court meeting here under agreement with the parties for the convenience of all involved. Well, plea of guilty possession of controlled substance first degree meth, the defendant shall receive a term of 3 years, probate for 5 years, essentially run concurrently with Cumberland Circuit Court Action 21 CR 00130. Court costs $155 for Clinton County. You can pay that at $30 a month over in Clinton County. All drug paraphernalia, contraband seized shall be destroyed. And you need to be at Columbia. I told your wife this a few minutes ago. You need to be at Columbia at 8 a.m. at probation and parole just to set things up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Columbia at 8. And I will say, Mr. Stuber, that every time you serve some time in jail, you look a lot healthier by the end of the time you're there than you do at the beginning. So I hope y'all can turn around. Both of you are young people. I hope you can turn around and have a joyful existence, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good luck to you. Yeah. Joshua Vibert. Joshua Vibert. Joshua Vibert.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Joshua Vibert.
Yes, sir.
2 CR 0021. Mr. Vibert, born in 1982.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the last 4 digits of your social security number are 6690. Is that correct?
6690. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's right. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Costello there has been represented. You have a right to remain silent, and you can reserve any questions for her that you have about. I'm just going to read the charges. That grand jury Cumberland County returned an indictment charging with fleeing, evading police in the first degree, fleeing, evading on foot, also disorderly conduct, violation of a DVO, reckless driving, improper start from a parked position, no registration plate, no expired plate, and expired plate. Okay, Mr. Bailiff, you take this back. Ms. Costello, you acknowledge the identity client, the indictments on the way back. You waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Okay, we'll do
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll do a negotiation day on May 13th, and your next court day is on May the 26th, and your attorney will be up and see you in just a day or two. Isn't that right, Ms. Costello?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, would the court consider looking at his bond today?
I won't today, but you and Mr. Stockton can that, because I don't want you to burn up. Mr. Vibert, you're entitled to 1 bond reduction hearing, and I don't want to burn it up on you today. You understand what I'm saying? I want your attorney to get to talk to the Commonwealth first, see if they can reach an agreement about your bond.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Thank you.
thank you very much. Timothy Ray. Timothy Ray.
You go.
Let's see.
James Akers. Wagers. He was arraigned.
Commonwealth versus Timothy Ray.
Did the order on him. One expression hearing and a date. We're getting a special date on that.
Hey, let's go Timothy Ray. Mr. Stockton, your microphone's on there. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Timothy Ray, 21 CR 00141. Are you Timothy Ray?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, last 4 digits, social security number 3132.
Yes, sir.
And the year of birth 1999. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at this pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
I have.
Okay, is it essentially correct?
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On plea of guilty to theft and lawful taking or disposition over $10,000, he received He shall receive 5 years to serve. 5 years shall run consecutively with the Dyer Circuit Court 21 CR 00141. Defendant agrees to have all drug paraphernalia and contraband destroyed. What's the court cost?
This is 210.
Court cost is 210. Since you're going to be serving, I'm going to waive that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cost.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Here.
Okay, now who do we have left up there, Dare County, that we had, that I slid over here?
The only one I'm waiting on is Mr. Nethery.
Jonathan Nethery. Do we know where Mr. Cross is? Yeah. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we got Jonathan Nethery waiting for suppression here, and of course, Mr.
That's
Cross.
the one, Your Honor, where I have the lab examiner and 2 or 3 officers. I was going to ask for a special date on that hearing.
Okay, well, you and Mr. Cross can establish the date, and I'll sign an agreed order, consult with my office, and that way we won't hold the jail up, okay?
Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay, I guess that concludes everything we have with the Dare County. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Dare County, for your cooperation. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Okay, now that leaves on the docket only the,
Casey Shelley, that's what I've got.
and that was, and I told him to be back here at noon. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we will take a unusual 30-minute break here and go back on the record at noon.
Okay.
12 uur. Okay, thank you very much. that okay? Raise your right hand, officer. You swear the testimony you about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, take a seat there and state your full name, with whom you're employed, and what position.
My name is Robert Lee Carey, employed by the Virginia Police Department as a patrol officer.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, would it be possible for Mr. Carey to remove his mask? You know, it's courtroom hard on a man like me.
Mr. Carey, how long have you been employed at the city of Burkesville Police Department?
4 years, come October.
And did you undergo any training before working there?
As I started working there, I was on from justice training in Kentucky.
And when did you attend that?
I attended there from early 2019 to June.
Been working now as a police officer for 4 years, you said?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the case of Commonwealth versus Shelley or Stacy Shelley?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Shelley's the investigator with her attorney?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you also recall the events that took place on October the 8th, 2021?
Yes.
Tell the board about that day.
That day, I observed a black Chevy Equinox, one headlight out, leave from Driftwood Drive. Vehicle had a Kentucky license plate of 19110 Paul William. The fault vehicle initiated traffic stop in front of Don Franklin, South Main Street, East 90 Albany Road. I then contacted the driver, owner of the vehicle, Stacy Shelley. As I contacted the driver and advised her why I pulled her over, but it smelled a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage and the odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. I then asked the subject to exit the vehicle and advise her Miranda rights and began to perform Santiago sobriety on the subject. I then PPT the subject as well.
Wait a second, could you come and pull the blinds behind him? Just close the blinds. We're not getting much of a picture. Okay, go ahead.
You said you gave a PPT?
Yes.
What were the results of that?
The PPT was 0.022.
And what you read for that?
I'm sorry, what was that figure called?
PPT was 0.022. Yes. I asked the subject if there were any open alcoholic beverage containers or drugs or alcohols in the vehicle. She said to her knowledge there were none. As we began to search the vehicle, I noticed a 6-pack of margaritas, with only 3 left in the back. There were also 2 plastic cups full of what appeared to be the same liquid, which also had a strong odor of alcoholic beverage coming from them. After I asked the subject what the liquid was, she said it was margaritas from the 6-pack. Then began searching the passenger side front seat. When I opened the glove box, I noticed a used glass pipe inside a sleep bubble wrap. The subject said she did not know who it belonged to. I didn't field test the residue in the pipe. The substance field test positive for methamphetamines. As I was testing the substance, Officer Hunter I had another pipe full of partially burned suspected marijuana. I was trying to see the floor. Then I showed she was under arrest for possession of controlled substance, first degree against methamphetamines. The both been charged with possession of marijuana, possession of open alcohol, beverage container, general vehicle, 1 headlight. This occurred at 2035. Then I finished searching the vehicle, located suspected part of marijuana bud, the center console, as well as a black plastic container, the subject's purse, with another part of the suspected marijuana bud. I then left the record arrived to take the vehicle from 117.
Now, so whenever you first approached the vehicle, you smelled marijuana and alcohol.
Yes.
Now, when you were at the academy, did you undergo any training with drug investigations?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that training you received?
Yeah, multiple courses over identifying drugs based on observations, as well as describing scenes. They did not actually have drugs on the premises of the DOC because they call university as well.
And with that training, did you specifically train on marijuana?
That was one of the main substances we tried to use.
And since you've been an officer, have you participated or conducted any drug investigations?
Yes.
And how many drug investigations have you participated in since?
And the one for traffic stops on the list,
Absolutely.
probably somewhere over 20.
And did any of those drug investigations result in the seizure of marijuana?
Many, yes.
And with your training and experience with those drug investigations with marijuana, have you become familiar with the smell of marijuana?
Yes.
So familiar with it that you're able to identify it
Yes.
with the smell?
Yes.
Also, at the academy, did you undergo any training to do lab investigations?
Yes.
And can you tell me about the training that you underwent?
We went through standard field karate training courses up there, as well as training on the toxicology, which I use in this case. We learned many techniques on showing clues for impairment, whether it be alcohol or drug related. They're not fines, they show you be impaired, times which is not charged with that.
What those body tests did you conduct with Michelle?
We conducted a horizontal gait status, was a walking turning on the extent.
Determined that she was not impaired at that time.
Yes.
And with the training that you underwent at the academy and with your training experience on the job, have you come in contact with alcohol?
Yes.
And have you become familiar with the smell of alcohol?
Yes, I
So much that you can identify it. And on October the 8th, 2021, with your training and experience, were you able to identify the smells that day?
Yes.
And what did you smell?
Smell, what I've experienced as a odor of an alcoholic beverage, which at that time did smell like a fruity beverage, which turned out to be my real. And I can smell marijuana, which I could also smell with. From my experience, smell just burn marijuana as well, not just under marijuana.
And so can you distinguish between burn marijuana and raw marijuana?
Yes.
And what exactly, which one did you smell by that?
I can smell the burn marijuana as well whenever I asked her to step out of the vehicle. They had a stronger odor of the non-burn marijuana.
Even after you had her to step outside the vehicle, could you still smell the marijuana in the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you find anything on her person?
I found some on her purse, not on her personal.
Where's the purse located in the vehicle?
I'm unsure. I believe it was either St. Paul's or Baxter City.
And whenever you did locate the marijuana, did you, based on your training experience, were you able to identify it as such?
Yes.
I have no other questions. Mr.
Mr. Cross, you like to inquire?
Do I need to leave my mask on?
You take it off while you inquire.
Officer Kerry, you did a great job of answering, so I could hear your answers. I really had trouble with the questions, so we're going to have to go back through some of this again. The stop was conducted based on one headline, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the only brief, correct?
That was probably because of the stop, yes.
Yes. And you smelled alcohol and you pulled out the PBT, you got a .022, correct?
I smelled odor of alcoholic beverages.
And the .022 led you to believe that Miss Shelley may not be impaired, correct?
No, the field sobriety test. Should not be impaired.
So the PBT is just a reference to, but bottom line on this is based on your investigation, decided that you did not have sufficient evidence to arrest her for DUI. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and I believe your testimony previous hearing on November 24th was that there were no clues regarding impairment on any of these field sobriety tests, correct?
I cannot recall the testimony at that time.
Now, you conducted well, there was a search of her purse, a search of her person, and a search of her vehicle. Which one occurred first?
The vehicle.
Search the vehicle first.
Yes.
When did you search her purse?
Arresting the subject.
Speak up just a little.
after she was placed under arrest, and she
Okay.
stated that she wanted the purse to be brought with her.
And what did you find within the purse?
Found a black plastic container, like a film roll container. And inside it was what I suspect to be marijuana.
Did you search her person?
Search it to arrest, yes.
Okay, so that was after the arrest?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you find on her person, if anything? Okay, so we've got this Shelley there by the side of the road, and you're not going to arrest her for DUI, correct?
Correct.
But then you elected to initiate a search of the passenger compartment of her vehicle, is that correct?
That was search began, yes.
Okay, and what was the basis for that search?
Strong odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle.
And did you ask for permission to conduct a search?
No.
Not a search incident to arrest, because you didn't arrest her until after the search, right?
Correct.
What did you find in the search of the passenger compartment of the vehicle, and where did you find it?
Inside the passenger side glove box, I located a glass pipe, which was inside a bubble wrap sleeve.
The last time, what?
Inside a bubble wrap sleeve.
Okay, bubble wrap slip.
Yes.
Okay, we got pictures of that. Okay. Okay, and there was a suspected methamphetamine residue thereon?
Yes, inside.
Okay. And is that pipe still in your possession today?
No, it was since KSB labs.
Yeah. Those lab results ever come back?
I believe they have.
I just get it. Your Honor, let me state for the record, we had a preliminary hearing on November 24th at that time, 21. At that time, nothing had been sent off for a test. I had been handed the results this morning from Mr. Stockton's office. Results did come back, looks like January 14th. So that might will result in a supplemental motion regarding the admissibility of the test if we get that. So why did you not ask Ms. Shelley for permission to search?
Because of the odor of marijuana from the vehicle.
Now, the odor of marijuana was on her person and in the vehicle both.
When I first detected it, it was to the driver's side of the door.
And where was the marijuana found?
There were 3 separate items of marijuana found. One was located in the center console. There was black plastic container located in her purse. And then the silicone pipe with partially burned marijuana, suspected marijuana at that time. Okay, or the driver's seat. Okay.
Did you inquire of Ms. Shelley about use of marijuana? You did?
Yes.
What was her response?
The response at that time was that she had not smoked recently.
She had what?
Not smoked recently.
Okay. And I believe you said you did Mirandize her?
Yes.
Okay. Is that before any?
That was whenever I asked her out of the vehicle before it was running.
Okay. Okay. What was her response when you Mirandized her?
She said that she smoked.
Okay. What statements did Ms. Shelley make other than she had not recently smoked marijuana?
She stated that the cups in the front seat of center console area Did you take any alcohol beverages that were in the backseat? You didn't say anything. So we just say as well that you not know who the last pipe belonged to. And that was, of course, after you completed your search, correct? She said that after I pulled the pipe out of the lungs. Okay. All right, I believe that's all I have, Your Honor.
You have any redirect? You have any other witnesses? You may be excused. Okay, what do you have to say, Mr. Cross?
Your Honor, we offered no proof. We would assert that this was not a consensual search, not a search incident to arrest, and the odor of suspected marijuana does not give rise to proper cause to sufficient cause to make a search of the vehicle in this circumstance. What they have is memorandum.
What's the Commonwealth have to say?
But it is the automobile exception. Under the automobile exception, it allows the police to search and legitimately stop automobile with probable cause that exists that contraband or evidence of crime is in the vehicle. Kentucky has found that they follow the plain smell doctrine. It can do the plain view doctrine. Basically, that the smell of marijuana can give rise to probable cause. As most recent is Dundee Commonwealth, which is 2006 Board of Appeals case in Kentucky, the Big Commonwealth, Kentucky Board of Appeals 2019 case.
Mr. Cross, step away from the podium there and you can take your.
The smell of marijuana is probable cause to the automobile exception, search vehicle. So I think that's what this falls under, and it should not be suppressed because of that.
Okay, Mr. Cross, you can come over.
Your Honor, in regard.
You can take your mask off if you want to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the error in Officer Carey's procedure was, it's not error that he didn't arrest her for DUI, but there was no arrest, as Henry indicated. There was never a request to search.
Well, what does the arrest have? He arrested her after he found the stuff.
Right. Well, if it was a search incident to arrest.
He didn't say it was a search incident.
All Officer Carey's basis was he smelled some marijuana.
Yeah.
The question is, does that give sufficient grounds to make a complete search? Not just.
Well, he smelled marijuana and he smelled alcohol and he had to do sobriety tests and she had a PBT and so it showed alcohol on her. And then he didn't charge her because it didn't impair. But while he was doing that and getting her out of the car, he smelled this marijuana. And you think that doesn't give an officer the right to search the vehicle if they smell contraband like that?
Doesn't give the right to search the glove compartment of the vehicle. You can search the immediate area, of course, where the person is. But the search is not supported by probable cause based on simply on. There's no admission, there's no consent.
When they're not claiming consent. You know, go ahead.
For an automobile exception, it's different than the search incident to arrest. For an automobile exception, the search may be as thorough as a judge could authorize via search warrant, as long as they are searching all compartments of an automobile that may contain the object of the search. They're searching for marijuana. Yeah. So
I believe that to be the law, but I'll give you an opportunity to brief it. You know what their position is. You know what their position is. Is this scheduled for trial yet? So just I'll give you 10 days. 10 days, and y'all can have 10 days to respond, okay? Okay, thank y'all very much. I guess I need to go down to the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have to take time, it's not here on, about getting you to set your date for memory. We'll do that in the near future for the memory suppression period.
Okay, let's start calling the docket. Jim Finance versus Brittany Caps. That's your case? Served in person. Okay, you want a copy of it, take with you, or you want just served? Okay. Okay. Congratulations, you win again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Martha Keene and others.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, Judge. How are you?
Blessed, thank you. The Honorable Cross said he was going to appear by Zoom. But I don't see him here.
Your Honor, I can report that David and I have been talking about an agreeable resolution to this short of a trial. And I have spoke already to my people, and they are amenable to a resolution. David and I actually talked about it this morning. David told me then he was going to have to consult with Miss Keene.
Okay.
And
you just set it out on the, or y'all to redock it, or you want to set it out on May 26th?
I feel after talking to David, I feel pretty confident, Judge, that we can knock this one out short of a trial. With your permission, I'll just bring it back to your attention if I need to.
Okay, I'll continue generally to redock it. Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Carl Spears and others. Did somebody call to redock it then?
Judge, this is Keith. That's
Yeah.
also my case, and I've had no contact with Mr. Judd.
But you have his phone number?
I can find it.
Okay. Why don't you just clip yourself off there? And the next one's your case too, though. Is next one your case too? No.
No, sir. I think Spears is the last one I have on your docket.
Okay, why don't you just turn your microphone off? You try to get a hold of him and see if we can get him back on.
Yes, sir.
Kyle Stevenson and others versus Tri-County Electric Company. What do we have there?
It's the motion to fulfill the positions, Judge.
Well, I've called the case. Nobody's here. I'll pass over it. Okay. Watson versus Roach. Okay, no one appears in Watson versus Roach. Let me that file. Watson versus Roach. Where's the notice I sent out on that?
It is. He says she's almost in Barksville. She's coming back from Columbia.
Nobody has appeared on Watson versus Roach. What I'm going to do on that case is issue another show cause order in this case. It appears upon reviewing the record that previously Mr. Roach was not ordered to provide this medical release, but there was just an agreement among counsel that that would happen. So now I'm going to issue an order for him to provide a medical release form to the lab that was involved. And he shall have he shall appear on May the 26th to present that release or be held in contempt and serve 90 days in jail. That's not, if he does not appear there. I believe that solves the issue of a previous order not having been issued. So I will issue that now. And that contempt citation showing a show cause with the 90 days if he doesn't have it here by the next rule day. Thank you very much. Is there anything else on the docket?
Just what Mr. Upchurch has.
Yeah, Mr. Upchurch. I don't know whether he's had any luck getting a hold of Mr. Judd or not. We'll go off the record just for a second. Mr. Cross, Mr. Upchurch is on hold looking for Lanny Judd, but he told us that he wanted that taken off the docket until you and he were negotiating and y'all would renotice your case with Miss King.
That's fine. We're making progress on it, Your Honor. So that's good. It's if you don't need me, then I'll depart.
Do you have anything else here?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Were you able to get Mr. Judd?
Yes, and I forwarded the Zoom link to him, Judge, and he's supposed to be.
He's on here now. I see him coming on now. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize for being tardy.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. We got Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Carl Spears and others.
Judge, I'm having a little bit of a problem running down Dr. Spears, and I would ask the court for some additional time to be able to make contact with Dr. Spears. I've sent a couple letters down, and
his sister works here at the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, but I didn't think to approach Miss Flowers, and I apologize about that, but I will immediately.
Yeah. Where are we on this case? Just give me a thumbnail sketch.
Judge, this is the one. It's an old condemnation case. It's been lingering forever. Mr. Judd at one time had an expert, and the expert retired on him. So that's where we are. I've got.
How dare him? How dare him retire?
Yes, how dare him retire? I've got trial proof. The problem we've got on this one, and frankly why it hasn't settled over these years, is there's an enormous amount of difference between my trial proof and the commissioner's award. The commissioner's award was $363,000, and my proof is going to be $100,500. So we're looking at $250,000, $260,000 difference.
Have they taken the money out?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Okay, well, we just need to, I'll give you until May 26th. Y'all redock this on May 26th, and we'll set a trial date on it.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want me to submit an order, Judge?
You would submit an order, that'd be fine. Now,
Judge.
let me ask you something. I'm a little rusty on this. If people pull the money out and they get a judgment of less than that, do they have to pay interest back in on what they pulled out? And what is it rate?
Yes, sir, they do, but it's an oddball interest rate is the only difference. It's a 6% interest by statute.
That's still pretty good return on your money,
Yes.
6%. Yeah, it's better than the state retirement system does on most things.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Your
Judge.
Honor,
I'll draw it. forward.
Now I'll call this last case again, Kyle
Thank you, Your
Stevens versus Tri-County Electric. And there's nobody here, so I assume they don't want to advance. Is there anything else on the docket? Does that conclude the docket? If not, this session of Cumberland Circuit Court is adjourned.